All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Good to see you all on this wonderful Friday evening. I hope you guys have been having a good week. We've got a bit of a doozy today. We've got 5 sessions straight, so we're not going to be taking any long breaks, which means that we're already 20% of the way done for the night. You guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We've got 9.5 minutes. We will take our first short break of the day, and then we'll move on to session number 2. Yeah, feel free to say hi. 6 out of 10. Nice, Abby. 8 out of 10. Nice, nice. Good numbers. 9 out of 10 Olivia. Nice. You 5 more on top of the 5. Are you trying to kill me today, Abby? I'll probably give that first one like a 6. I'm fatigued today. I don't know why. I must have been crashing off of caffeine earlier or something in the middle of that session. I had to get up and stretch in the middle so I didn't fall asleep on you guys, but we're doing good now. I am trying to do reviews from this week. I'm 2 days behind, but for some reason, I don't know why they scheduled this week like this. I'm 2 days behind, but they gave us like that full 9-hour exam earlier this week. So I'm trying to play catch up since then. And they're basically covering all of the endocrine system plus its pathophysiology in 1 week. So I am just kind of swimming in hormones this week. Or is that robot mode? Yeah, it's one of these weeks, but it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. So I am doing parathyroid today after I finish reviewing some regular thyroid stuff. What are my thoughts? Again, on whether burnout is the same as depression. I think they have a lot of overlap. I actually looked this up before because burnout actually has a formal definition from the World Health Organization, which is different from depression. According to the World Health Organization, burnout definition. So burnout is... Oh, is it not those guys who did? Yeah, okay. So burnout is defined as... Okay, yeah, there's 3 things in the ICD code, which is the code that we use for diagnoses for different sort of illnesses. So burnout is 1, feelings of energy depletion or exhaustion. 2, increased mental distance from one's job or feeling negativity, blah, blah, blah. 3, and produce professional efficacy. I think burnout can go hand in hand with depression. I think folks who have depression can present with similar symptoms to burnout, but I don't think the reverse holds true. I don't think burnout necessarily always manifests itself as a depressive state, if that sort of makes sense. So I think burnout can very quickly lead to depression. I just don't think burnout is the same as depression, if that makes sense. Depression seems to be a functional, like, at least from a medical standpoint, right? Or a psychiatry standpoint, from what I understand. Depression is a clinical condition which deters the ability for day-to-day functioning due to a symptom set, including, feeling down, lack of, feeling down, lack of energy, sleep issues, whatever they have like a whole, in the United States, we have a code or a form called the PHSQ-9. I don't remember the exact letters. I apologize. Somebody who studied psych can probably point it out for me. And you'll notice that's 9 different things, right? There's 9 different dimensions to depression, whereas burnout has 3. So I think depression encompasses burnout, but burnout doesn't necessarily encompass depression. But yeah, definitely they go hand in hand for sure. I think the treatment for both is also different, though. Burnout can be fixed, I feel like, by kind of getting a little bit away from work and implementing strategies to deal with work stress. I don't think depression is quite as simple. There's depression is multifactorial, and it's when we get patients who present with depressive disorders. That's why we check their labs first, right? We don't really check that sort of thing for burnout. We check it for depression very quickly because there are a numerous amount of physiological changes that can cause something like depression, right? Low vitamin D. We don't talk about it a lot. Low vitamin D is one of the biggest links for depression. And in the United States, the vast majority of the population is incredibly vitamin D deficient, as well as the world, obviously, right? Bad electrolytes, poor hydration, poor sleep, right? There's like a million things that can cause depression. Whereas burnout, you kind of know that it's occupation related burnout. So you can kind of address the root cause there. I think it's a little nuanced, but that's my understanding of both of them from a very academic standpoint. Oh no, you're both one. I'm sorry. It's good to see you. Welcome back. That being the tube light, it's just the lights in this room. Can it be a milder form of depression? I like this. Okay, yeah, this is a good question here because yes, totally. And I think severe exhaustion can cause impairment in daily function, right? I think the main cue point that would like if you're asking for the difference between the two, the reason I think they're different is because you can fix burnout with reduced work, right? You reduce the source of the burnout and you'll notice that the symptoms will decrease in severity. Can't really do that with depression, unfortunately, right? Like, even unless we know what's causing the depression, which a lot of times you don't, right? Because it's so multifactorial, it's societal, it's environmental, it's psychological, right? There's so many, it's a multifaceted disease. Um, so I guess, yeah, it can manifest in a similar presentation to depression. I just don't think the origins of the two are the same. And that's what differentiates. I think burnout, I guess you could say burnout is a form of depression, sure, with a known root cause, maybe. But I think it's hard to say that. I do agree that their like clinical presentations are very similar. Um, I just think that when you have like the thing is we talk about this or like we do this in medicine, right? We have a lot of diseases that present the same. Anemia, right? Lack of blood cells in the body can cause a lot of similar symptoms to depression. What's the difference, right? The difference is that we know that the root cause is something else and we know how to treat it. One more thing in life in Tipo. Oh no. What's going on? One rough week? Severe exhaustion. What did I breathe. Don't worry, I breathe. Burnout, exhaustion, fatigue, persistence includes physical fatigue. Burnout can represent a small process. Yeah, yeah. I think that's fair to say, but it's a bit of a misnomer, right? I think depression and burnout manifest similarly. There's no argument about that, right? Definitely not. I just think that when we define the two as clinical diagnoses, we discuss them in terms of their root cause. Oh, what happened? My stream burned out. Actually, cases burnout doesn't come from working too much, but from working and not gonna. Yeah, I think that's a better definition, Olivia. Thank you. That's a good definition. That's a good point out. Yeah, I forgot he did talk about that. I watched that. I actually watched that video. Yeah, but I guess, but the idea is the same, right? That burnout is, according to the World Health Organization, coming from work. So I mean, and yeah, I think it's a good point to bring up, right? You can experience burnout from stressful events outside of work. Work doesn't necessarily have to only be occupation, but I think the way the World Health Organization has determined it or has it defined right now, and we could talk about whether the definition is a good definition or not, right? But it is defined as from occupational or other work habits, right? I think you could totally burn out in other ways. I mean, if you're an artist as a hobby, right? Then you could totally burn out like after you do it for a few years and maybe you don't. I think I like what Olivia said because it was a good point out that Dr. K, he's that one Harvard psychiatrist who specializes in adolescent depression and ADHD and mental health. He has a really good like 90-minute I think video on this talking about what is burnout and what is it from. And I do think it's just from the idea of working and not getting a reward from, so a mismatch in the reward systems in the brain, right? Where job specific factors determine depression, which is why, yeah, totally. Job specific factor depression, which is why I'm thinking that's why burnout is like its own thing, Abby, right? Because that I think that's why we differentiate burnout from depression. It's because of what you're saying with job specific factors don't necessarily determine depression, but they still manifest into similar symptoms. Small graph notebook. I don't know. Maybe it's because you can write the letters. In the I like them because you can write the letters in the little boxes. Yeah, get a bad move, not understand. I think that's what it is, and it makes sense, right? The human brain. I mean, this is more of a dopamine pathway, right? But in your limbic system, which is part of your brain that controls reward, when we do hard tasks, we are expending a lot of energy into those hard tasks. We're upping our cortisol. We're dumping a bunch of adrenaline into our brain. We're doing all these things for the sake of improving dopamine transmission across the brain, right? We do this because dopamine is a motivation and reward system pathway to continue to do that thing. So the problem is when you study something, right? And this is why, there's a super strong correlation between folks who have ADHD and depression. When you put effort into something, if your brain does not feel that the effort, it's an evolved thing, right? It's an evolution thing. If your brain does not feel like it matched the effort required to require the concept, your brain is basically teaching itself that, hey, this is not worth the dopamine you're getting. Let's just stop doing it. And then the problem is that's a compounding issue, right? It's really interesting. I find it quite interesting. But Abby, I think I'm going to look into what you said a little bit more. I'm very curious about that because I know the World Health Organization defines them differently, and that's as far as I know because of how I study, how we study it in medicine. obviously that's your field of expertise, right? So if you have a better definition, I would love to hear it because I'm very curious about this topic as a whole. Because information 5 a.m. I feel a lot more alive now. All right, wonderful people. Um, what are we at? Session 2. So we got 2, 3, 4, and 5. We've got 4 to go. I'm gonna leave the camera where it is for a little bit, and then I'm gonna move it so I can do my cards. You guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck, good luck. Here we go, session 2. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 2, so we are 40% of the way done for the night. You guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was. Out of 10, we've got 9.5 minutes. We'll take another quick short break here, and then we'll start session number 3. Feel free to say hi. I'll probably give that one I'll give it like a 7 out of 10. It was more productive. I was really tired in the middle. I think I'm electrolyte deficient, so I got some electrolytes and I feel way better now. So must be very electrolyte deficient from working out this week. But yeah, feel free to say hi. Keep your fingers on your cheek. That's funny. That's really funny, actually. I feel like I gotta stop doing that. I'm gonna probably give myself arthritis in that finger doing that. But it's just like whenever I think I have like three, like I'm like thinking like this. I'm thinking like this. I used to do this a lot more. My beard is no longer as long as it once was. So this. I don't know. My hands have to be somewhere. If my Anki remote isn't in my hands, even with my Anki remote, I'm just like, ah, hey, Nuseva. That's so funny. That's so funny. Actually, it's a really bad habit because as I've found out over the years, it's a good way to get sick is to keep touching your face with your hands. Even if you wash, like I wash my hands a lot, right? But even then, you don't know, like, what, like I'm grabbing my Anki remote, I'm grabbing my phone. I don't know what's on them, right? Just because I go to school and whatnot. So I gotta stop touching my face with my hands. It's just such a hard habit to break. 6 out of 10. Nice. Finishing a quick assignment. Nice, nice. What was the assignment on? What's up, Daniel? Welcome back. How are you, man? Good to see you. What you working on? To bite. Oh my god, yeah. Dude. And what's crazier is that when I'm not streaming, excuse me, sorry. Need to touch the face to think that's funny. When I'm not streaming, I'm literally like here. I'm literally just like slouched down like this, just staring back at the screen with my head being supported against the chair. So you guys are seeing way better posture version of me because I'm streaming. Nice, nice. Studying evaluation and management of what? Guess like I'm blaming. I'm warning you. Just don't touch your face. Oh no. Not another emote. Even more. Yeah, that's for yeah, actually. My posture is horrendous outside of stream. So you guys have fixed some issues. What's odd though is I've never really had back pain from sitting prior to streaming. I think some of the positions I sit myself into while streaming are not very conducive for my back. I also got a new chair when I started med school. Pro tip, don't get a gaming chair if you're going to be studying all day or working all day. They're not comfy. I know Rise is or Respawn is never going to sponsor me anyway, so I don't mind dissing them. This is the uncomfiest chair I've ever had in my life. I bought what you call it? What do they call it? The memory foam cushions to put on this chair, and that helped significantly. But like, no, I've been looking for a chair for a while. Hungry and sleepy. You should go rest. Isn't it like 6 in the morning, Luna? Oh, evaluation. Okay, I got you. Doctor visits. Nice, nice, nice. What time is it for you right now, Daniel? Choose one. Go sleep. Go sleep. Yeah, at this point, Luna, I mean, you said it was like 5 o'clock, like an hour ago, so it wasn't that hard. Even a med student can do that much math. I know we can only count to 4, but that's only one. Oh, 8:35. Okay, you're on the same time zone. I gotcha. Nice. Are you just doing it for work? Take care, Olivia. Thanks for coming by. Go get some rest. Don't dream too much about gluconeogenesis or GI anatomy. What would I tell myself to get out of bed or do work when I'm not feeling like working? But studying at the library helps most of the time. Oh, okay. You know, phone's such a hard thing. Especially when I'm off stream. Sorry, Olivia. No, I did not want to say that, Luna. I was trying to say I know Olivia's been doing biochem and GI anatomy all day. She's just going to be dreaming about anatomy diagrams tonight because that's how my brain synthesizes information. The dreams I have are ridiculous when I do dream. If I sleep long enough to dream, it's always just like some sort of Anki cards infiltrating through in my head. What about you? Sorry, Bone, I got distracted. So the phone is like weird. I have a hard time with it as well when I'm not streaming because it's easy to fall in the trap of just grabbing your phone to quickly scroll or I watched a very interesting video lately on just on like how we kind of I mean, like this is such a hot button topic, and this has been such a hot button topic for like the last few years, but with just dopamine toxicity, not toxicity, so to speak, but just like we have bad habits of our phones are like are just designed for addiction, right? Like this is just a given. Everybody knows this at this point. It's like out in the open. Um, so kind of just approaching it like any addiction. I'm not saying that like I guess if I guess the best analogy I've heard of this is if I gave somebody like 50 years ago, if I gave somebody or even 25 years ago, if I gave them a glowing brick and they wasted hours and hours a day just staring at this glowing brick, right? You would probably assume that it's a drug. And it's not too far off from. I know the phones have a little more content than just a glowing brick, but you're hitting the same sort of quick feed dopamine receptors, which is why I try to physically make it harder to grab my phone, right? If it means putting it away in a different room, it means putting it away in a different room. If it means leaving it in your car when you go to the library, you can do that. Just don't forget your keys, obviously, right? And I know it's like such a thing that it's so hard to get away from our phones because if we need to message a classmate, if we need to um do anything. Like my phone kind of like I track my workouts, I listen to music, I have my GPS. I like if I'm not on studying, I'm probably on my phone, whether it's at the gym or whether it's at like, I'm trying to relax, right? Relax. Um, when in reality, it's not really conducive to that. So what I've found helps me, right? Um, with the phone especially, and then I could talk about the first part of your question better too, is sort of making it physically harder to access that, right? There are apps for it. I used to use, what was the app? I just straight up use screen limits on my phone, even if it was just to remind myself, right? Like a quick reminder, like, hey, I shouldn't be spending this amount of time. I know there are products out there too, which have been really cool, and I've been thinking about getting one that brick your phone, like that physically like brick your phone, so that you can only access like maybe your call app, right? And you're not losing time on texting, scrolling, um, you know, whatnot as well. I just it's so hard. It's really hard. I think that has been the biggest struggle, and with the advance of technology, it's been so wonderful for learning and so impossible to maintain attention to learn. It's a very weird dichotomy because now why would you bother sitting down to study a concept for hours when you could just scroll and get a way higher way higher artificially boosted dopamine response off of seeing a resolution. The same receptor pathways play when we study as when we use our phone, right? When we study and we tackle a very hard problem, we put effort, and it's so funny, we were talking about this in the first break. We put effort into that so that we can get a dopamine reward response. If you literally have a button, like a little button you're basically clicking or swiping on that is literally just giving you dopamine, we're never going to study. So I'm not saying that to get rid of your phones, right? That's not going to happen. It never will happen for me. But what it is that you have to make it harder to access your phone to the point that the effort it takes to get onto your phone is harder than the effort to stay studying, and that sometimes takes a lot, right? For me, what that can look like is like setting up a stream because I know instantly if I grab my phone on a stream, that's going to look terrible. There's a lot of pressure to do that. If you're in public, right? You know, either bricking your phone, handing your phone to a friend. We used to do this all the time in undergrad, where we would just straight up hand each other our phones and put them in our pockets. I'm not kidding you. We would study organic chemistry for hours like this, and I would have to beg my friend to give me my phone back because my dad texted me or my mom texted me. And then, like, the effort to get your phone back was so high, you were just like, I'm not even going to bother. I'll just respond later. So that's that with the phone. The other thing is, I mean, having a schedule, and I say this a lot, but really organizing and having a schedule to know that our brains, again, same dopamine pathway, right? We need a certain amount of effort to relate to a certain amount of reward to make, getting out of bed or working feel worth it. I feel like oftentimes having a schedule or an outline of the day is really good for that. Um, so Yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Okay, let me catch up chat. I'm so sorry, y'all. How to reset dopamine? That's a whole other conversation. I don't believe. I think there's a lot of pseudoscience around resetting dopamine. I don't think it's exactly. It doesn't work exactly like that. You can fry your receptors. That's definitely a thing. And I've done. I used to work in addiction medicine research for years, and you definitely can fry your receptors, right? You will build more dopamine receptors so that your brain can maintain that level of dopamine, and it's going to take more dopamine to get the same high that you were getting before. Um, so literally resetting dopamine doesn't mean having like a full detox. It just means setting habits that are small, and because it's like going on a diet. The same way you go on a diet with food, you could do the same sort of thing with phone. Having healthy habits, knowing when to use it, when to not, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very similar to a diet. And then, yeah, like making sure like reducing distraction. That's really hard. Okay, sorry y'all. Um I know I ate up into time. So we've got session 3, we got 3, 4, and 5 for tonight. I'm leaving the camera where it is. You guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck, good luck. Here we go. Almost halfway done. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 3, or yes, 3. Sorry, I put the wrong number in the chat. Feel free to say hi if you're just joining in. Let me know what you're studying, and if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We've got 9.5 minutes. We'll take another quick break here, and then we'll move on to session number 4 and 5. Almost done for today. 2 to go. Feel free to say hi. Got a dis 10. That's fair. I'll probably give that one like a 7. I finished cards, but my brain is not braining today. I don't know why. I think this whole week my brain has not been braining. But at least you got some dishes and clothes washed, so we'll take it. Hey, Abraham. Welcome, welcome. Let me know where you're from. Let me know what you're studying. Sounds good, Abby. Can I please change the music? What do you want it to? I mean, yeah, usually we keep it on lo-fi because otherwise it gets kind of, well, depends on what kind of music. We can also do the synthwave radio off of the Lo-Fi Girls station, but anything else is probably off limits. You can read your own. I feel that. I feel that. It is Friday night, at least for me, so that totally makes sense. Yeah, let me just start blasting rock. I'm gonna get like stream striked so fast. Be funny. I feel like the music I normally listen to would probably give most of y'all a headache anyway. It's, well, not all of it. A lot of it, though. So-fi music? Is that different from lo-fi? Oh man, like everything, Bone. You name it. I don't know. We're already on lo-fi. This is lo-fi playing in the background. Um, like everything. I think I feel like I grew up mostly, or like, I mean, I didn't listen to music growing up. I kind of started listening to it later, towards high school, like late middle school, early high school, and then I started listening to music a lot. Because it kind of helps me focus when I'm studying, or at least allows me to maintain enough alertness to study. So, I mean, I used to listen mostly to hip hop, rap. Nowadays, it's kind of everything. It kind of went from hip hop, rap to like rock, pop. Um, when I was working in the emergency room, it was a lot of like all the residents who were working there were about 30 roughly. So a lot of that early 2000s pop, emo rock, emo pop, because they always liked it, and then I kind of got hooked onto it too with them. Um, Lots of hyper pop now, which if you don't know that genre, that's a genre. I think nightcore, that whole genre from like 10, 15 years ago kind of evolved into what we know as hyper pop today. Um, I think pretty much everything. The only things I don't really listen to are classical. I kind of fall asleep with classical music. Jazz, not a big fan. It's okay. It's just that it's like sleepy music to me. Um, and like blues, like anything that's just instrumental. I like instrumental stuff, but like if it's instrumental, it has to be like electric or glitter or a glitter star. Wow, my corpus callosum is fried. Welcome back. Good to see you. Um, so just kind of everything, literally everything. I think a little bit of country, not too much country. If I listen to country, it's more like hip hop country. So like Post Malone's type, like recent album, or like other stuff like that. Country kind of just. My mom grew up in Calgary, which is on the western side of Canada, and that's very like cowboy, like mountains, horses, ranches, cattle type place. So I have a lot of cousins who obviously still live there, and every time I go there, it's just very much a country feel. So a lot of my music that's country feels like that. But I mean, I grew up in Detroit, right? So or near Detroit. So I'm sure that probably influenced most of my take. Oh yeah, Banff National Park. I've been there. Lovely place. Would definitely recommend if you ever get a minute. Um, Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it out there. If I didn't live in the States and I wanted to live in Canada, I'd probably live in Calgary or Vancouver. Vancouver's also really, really pretty. But Calgary, I like the feel of Calgary. Calgary's not so big. Calgary kind of feels like Detroit. Like but like Canadian, I suppose, because it's like big enough that there's a lot to do. But it's like if it's like cowboy Detroit. Like whereas Detroit is like cars, manufacturing, tech, um, you know, Calgary is more like beef, milk, oil, you know. So, but it still has the same kind of homey, like mid-sized city feel to it. That's the best way. I think Cowboy Detroit is how I would describe it. I've been a few times. I've been like 4 or 5 times. Banff is beautiful. Obviously, Jasper Park, Banff. Love the mountains up there. I think those are like. I mean, I think the mountains, in my opinion, the mountains are prettier out by Vancouver. But I also didn't get to spend too much time in Banff because I was like with my extended family. If I went with like some friends, I'm sure we would be hiking up there for like a while. Or if I went in the winter, actually the winter sounds crazy. But like when it starts to snow, I feel like it would be wild. Um, it would be fun to go camping up there if I ever got a chance. Would totally do it. But yeah, I like the vibe. So long story short, to your music question is everything, literally everything, anything that keeps me awake. And I know like you're not supposed to listen to lyrics while you're studying. I don't mind. I feel like my brain has gotten pretty good at tuning out lyrics when I'm doing Anki cars. Does it probably impact it a little bit? I'm sure it does. Like there's no doubt, but I could not study all day without like good music. It's the only thing that keeps me glued to the chair. But like if I'm watching lecture videos or something, like music has to be off. If I'm reading, this is the thing. Like if I'm reading something, I have to have like nothing, maybe some lo-fi, but I cannot read like a text if there's like lyrics playing in my ears. But like Anki is kind of different because it's more recall. Yeah, no way, no way the family's gonna go hiking, right? But with friends, I want to get some friends out there. I have a friend who lives in Seattle, so I was gonna go visit him actually over my break, but our schedules didn't line up. So, and then I was gonna go hiking with him over in the Seattle like area with the mountains over there, but I didn't end up going because of school and his work schedule. So I really want to go back out to Calgary or Vancouver and just go hiking. Yeah, no, I mean, studying with lyrics, I don't recommend it. I've heard 95% of people. I kind of my brain because like the songs I listen to, I'm super familiar with. I think like I can't listen to new music if I'm studying, right? Like that's just not gonna happen. Or I try to avoid doing it at least. But like the songs I listen to are so familiar that the lyrics kind of just blend into the music and it just becomes background noise. I just like loud noise that blocks out the background and blocks out like the background thoughts, so that if I can't hear my background thoughts, but I can still hear my front ground thoughts, I'm good for the day. I don't know how to explain this. Yeah, generally would not recommend studying with lyrics. But, if it works for you, if it keeps you studying for longer and, you know, you're doing okay, I don't see why it would be necessarily harmful either. Kind of just a person by person thing. Oh, you've been to Seattle. Nice. Yeah. I've not been to Seattle. I've been to Vancouver. If you ever end up going to Vancouver, I totally would go check out Victoria Island, which is off the coast. Literally, you could take a ferry ride between Vancouver and Victoria Island. Incredibly pretty, incredibly pretty. I mean, it's a little bit away from the mountains, but it's out on the ocean. Like I mean, this is also just like me, and I've probably talked about this before. There was when I went visited there and I came back, I was on a ferry ride on the sunset ride back, like, and it was like during sunset on a ferry ride back to Vancouver for the night. That's like that was so pretty. It genuinely left an impact so hard on my life that I actually wrote about that specific like ferry ride on my medical school personal applications. It was that wild. Um, so very, very, very much would recommend Victoria Island. You like classical and funk? I like funk. Classical, I just get bored with it. I feel like it's okay. It's just that I get fall asleep with it. Yeah, I definitely can't study in silence either. I'm live most days at home. Most days. There's a schedule down below in the description with the Google Sheets that kind of tells you if I'm going to be on or not for the next few days. It's like probability calculator. So you can click on it and you can click on your time zone and it tells you what time I'll be on. Also, where are you from? Welcome. It's good to have you. Yeah, silence and real nature are on their best. Yeah, I don't know. I can't do silence at all. Yep. Funny, your brain goes hip hop, hip hop. Yeah, mine too. In more ways than one. I feel like intimidating to because problems are brain got distract lyrics to run in my head. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah, I know. If I'm doing practice problems, I cannot have lyrical music going. Anything that requires like there's like tiers to it, right? Like if I'm doing Anki, it's not that my brain is off, it's just that it's a little bit less how do I explain it? Like, it's very dull. It's very dull because it's just doing flashcards over and over. It's very repetition heavy. Like, I'm still doing recall, but when it's not as recall is a lot easier than problem solving. I think that's how I would put it. So when I'm reading, I'm often deciphering or problem solving, and when I'm watching lectures, I'm problem solving or deciphering. I'm connecting ideas in my head. Or if I'm doing practice problems, then it's not just recall anymore. I'm like, I have to think in like multiple dimensions to figure out the problem. But if it's just Anki, it's like, all right, do you remember this? Yes, I remember this. Here's the answer. All right, cool. Next one. So I think that's why it works. All right, you guys. We've got 2 more sessions for the night. This is going to be session number 4. So I'm going to leave the camera where it is, probably, at least for this session. You guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck. Here we go. Session 4, y'all. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 4. So we have one more for the night, and then we will be all done for the night. You guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi if you're just joining in. Let me know what you're studying, and if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was. Out of 10, we've got 9.5 minutes. We'll take our last short break here of the night, and then we'll move on to the last session of the night. Feel free to say hi. I'll give that one like a 7. Definitely was a little tired, but I got some cards done. I'm slowing down and I'm trying to prioritize understanding the stuff because it's all hormones and endocrinology and it's a lot of physiology. So it's taking longer, but I'm okay with that because I'd rather understand. 5 out of 10. Nice, nice. 8 out of 10. Nice glittering star. That's awesome, Adham. What are you working on today? Abby TBD. I have a lot of stuff to take care of tomorrow. I will try, but if I'm on, it'll probably be like a similar thing to today. 6 out of 10. Starting out as hard. Yeah, better. Nice. I'm glad that session you guys picked it back up. That's awesome. I know we were all dying on that third session, but we're doing better. I am currently, I don't know if any of you guys have ever done. Also, nice. That's awesome. At home, 10 out of 10. That's great. Trying to figure out. I don't know if any of you guys have ever worked with sensitive health information for research. This is so random. Um, but I'm like trying to figure out if there's a way I can automate in a data extraction pool. And that's a fancy way of just saying I want to see if I can pull a bunch of health information out of a health record system so that I can use a secure like machine learning algorithm to kind of run through it and make things move along faster because I've been on a project for almost a year and it's not moving at all because of how dense it is. Um, that being said, I'm like, I know I'm gonna try to propose it to my PI, and then I'm gonna propose it to the hospital's IT team, and everybody's gonna have a stroke trying to figure it out if I'm allowed to. So I'm like debating if I'm wasting time trying to chase this avenue or not. If they say yes, I feel like it will save me literally thousands of hours of work. Um, and it's like a collective team, thousands of hours of work. But the problem is getting them to say yes is going to be more painful than maybe the 1,000 hours of work. That's where I'm at. I study with another state channel. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're a day behind. We still have 2 hours here in the United States left of Friday. It is still October 3rd here. 9 out of 10, nicest facts. That's awesome. Sorta, Abby. Like, I mean, one, the hospital system I'm in is dumb because they don't use Epic. That's the first. This is the first problem with this whole thing is that the hospital I work with has a contract with a different group, and the CEO is also a shareholder in a different electronic medical record system. So the hospital we work through only uses that EMR, and that EMR is ancient. Like it's from the 2000s. It's called Cerner slash Citrix, which I had never heard of until I came to med school here because I had only worked in Epic prior to this. Because I would totally do that in Epic. I would just run the query. The reason that they won't say yes, I'm thinking, is because in order to run this algorithm, I would need a large data extraction pool, and I know they're going to have a field day with trying to figure out the cybersecurity for that because it's all HIPAA data. Yeah, so essentially, Bon, like I'm thinking, and oh, actually, you're probably really good for this. So I need to, I want, first of all, like to run this algorithm, I need CSV files or like query files, anything that I can parse through a like an algorithm or like a Python program or whatever it ends up being. But to do that, I need all the data exported out of like the EMR, which has its own issues because that's all sensitive health data that's highly protected. And I don't even know if my research protocol covers that. So I'm like upside down trying to figure that out right now. And I shouldn't be even worrying about that right now. I should be studying my endocrine, but I'm like secretly stressing about this in the background because I've been on this project since February and I've had multiple people quit on my teams and I'm like struggling because I mean this study is insanely cool. I love the study, but like the data is impossible to pull out. We have, I think the data set is 256 or 260 something patients, and each one has 300 variables that need to be manually extracted. And the problem is a lot of them are also context dependent, right? Because it's a clinical course, meaning that like, oh, okay, basically if this patient was in stay for this amount of time, uh what if XYZ happened? What XY like what complications happened during this time that I define as a complication, which Abby is totally right because Epic would 100%. I can query that in Epic. I think Epic lets you run like Python if you know how to use it at a statistical research level, which is amazing. They are behind the times. They're very much behind the times. But yeah, I'm basically trying to pull insights from the patient's data. But in order to do that, I need to extract it. Yeah, Epic is amazing. I love Epic. And I used to scribe at a hospital, right? And they used Epic, and everything was nice and dandy. But my current hospital doesn't do Epic, so I can't query anything, and everything needs to be manually extracted. And the problem is this hospital system is also like not great because they straight up will just upload sheets of handwritten notes rather than having any sort of system to transcribe them or OCR scan them up into the page the copy. So I literally have like dozens of per patient, dozens of days worth of hundreds of numbers that are all handwritten hourly by the nursing staff, that can't be that cannot be like, copy pasted into like an Excel sheet or something crazy. It's insane. Like it is a statistical nightmare, and this is why they handed me this project. Because if they could pull the data themselves, they probably already would have done it. Proposed exporting small amounts of case to meet your query criteria, like pull a 500 at a time. I could say I just don't know. Like I've been trying to figure out Cerner, and I can code and I can do all that other stuff. But I don't know the ITT. Okay, for context, let me just tell you a funny story. When I joined this lab, I came on. I already had Microsoft Office through the med school, right? Whatever, cool. My med school is associated with this hospital. My med school is associated with a couple of hospitals in the area, or hospital systems in the area. It's a pretty big med school, so it's pretty well known for the hospitals in this region. And those are really big hospital systems as well, obviously, right? And I had Microsoft through school. When I came on as a research associate, I got hired by the hospital as well, like hired, not paid, but like hired on as an employee so that I could get patient access, right? Because I'm a research associate for that children's department, for the like surgical department there. And I was like, hey, I kind of need Excel. So, and they have their own like storage system, right? It's all Microsoft, it's all OneDrive, and they have their own like for the hospital separate from the med school. And so I go, I'm trying to open, this is like the very beginning. I'm opening a Excel sheet to start making this like this document to start like figuring out what we need, what we don't need. And I'm making a protocol guideline and I'm trying to open a document to do it. So obviously I'm trying to open Excel desktop and I'm trying to open Microsoft Word desktop, and I cannot log into my hospital ID. So, as one does, I call up the IT department, and the IT department is like, oh, yeah, you are a med student, aren't you? I was like, yeah, but I'm also a research associate. But they're like, but you're a med student, right? And I was like, yeah, I'm a med student. And they're like, you already have access to that through your med school. And I was like, right. But that is a separate drive from my PI and every single surgeon I'm working with. So I need Microsoft access through my hospital account. And literally it took, get this. So my PI like got into it. My mentor, my PI were in it. The head of the surgical department got involved. His boss at the got involved. The IT department had to escalate to the main hospital branch. And at some point, I think the COO of the entire hospital group literally got added on this ticket. In February and March, my name was on an IT ticket that went up to the COO because they couldn't figure out how to give me Microsoft Office access. So you can already kind of tell why I'm hesitant to ask about them giving me like exporting the data, because the Citrix Cerner doesn't let you export data by itself. What if they could be de-identified when you export? The problem is I need them identified because I need to be able to know what patient has what, so that when I go back into the data set, I mean, I don't care about the names, but I need like medical record numbers or something, because there's not just the variables I'm pulling. There's 100 other variables on top that I need to extrapolate after I do this. This is just for the basics. Epic sounds like a new car. That's funny. Yeah. So this is subject to error advantage shift. Yeah. How good am I? Good. I used to be better. I'm not as good at it anymore. I like new Java. I was really good at Java and XML at one point. I know a little bit of Python, not very well anymore. But AI helps a lot with coding nowadays. So yeah, I am like, sorry for crashing out. I'll break there, but like I'm like, my brain is at 110 RPM or like 100 RPM right now, trying to think about, is this even worth fighting an IT department over when they couldn't even get me Microsoft access? Yeah, I'm probably blocked. Yeah. Oh man. I mean, the COO ruled in my favor, so it worked out. Take care. It's Vex. Oh, you're gonna get started off. Okay, sounds good. All right, you guys. Last session of the night. I am gonna leave the camera where it is. Somebody yell at me if I'm not on key because I cannot keep chasing this random rabbit hole that I'm on, uh, unless it's the end of the session. Last session of the night. Here we go. Good luck. Good luck. Finish strong. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was our last session of the night. So thank you guys for being here. Some quick housekeeping as always. Not sure if I'm going to be on tomorrow, so keep an eye on the Discord. I'll kind of announce it if I'm on tomorrow. If I'm not on tomorrow, I'll be on Sunday anyway. So just keep an eye on the Discord for updates for cancellations or if we're going to have a stream or not. Other than that, study schedule is up to date for the next week or so. Got a lot of stuff this weekend and or beginning of next week, so stuff's kind of up in the air at the moment. Yeah. Other than that, I'll be here for a few minutes. Feel free to say hi. Let me know how that last session was, and then we'll call it a night. Did I have any other updates? No, that's really it. 8 out of 10 glittering star. Nice, nice. 10 more. 10 more what? Sessions? Loki, I'm like really invested in this research thing now. I'm kind of realizing that I should just code my own parser. But, man, what a pain. I wonder if I can convince this team. It looks like it's going to be a long weekend for me. I should not be doing this. I need to be catching up on my lectures, but I'm like, my brain is now braining over there, and I cannot get back to my lectures now that I have an idea in my head. 9 out of 10, nice. 5 more sessions. Oh, good luck, it's facts. What are you studying today? Like excited to see if this will work or not, but I already know this is going to be the biggest headache in the world. I autofocus again. That's okay. Let me fix that. There we go. Studied engines, car related. Oh man, I love working on cars. I still have to find a new car for myself. Oh boy. Study pre-trained models. What do you mean by pre-trained models? 7 out of 10 stream's been helpful. Nice, I'm glad. I hope you get some rest though, Bone. 5 out of 10 Abbey, fair. I'll probably give it the same. I got there like 60 Anki cars and then my attention span wavered immensely. But I kind of have an idea of what I want to do now. Oh, okay, for machine learning stuff. That makes sense. That makes sense. New whip, anything that gets me from point A to point B after my car got totaled right now. Unfortunately, don't have the budget for anything nice. So as long as it works and it's not a Prius, I'll be happy. A Prius or a minivan. Neither of those. Then I could get my dignity. What time do I gotta sleep? I don't know what time I'm gonna sleep, actually. I kind of want to sleep early, but I'm like, my brain is not here right now. My brain is like going 1,000 miles a minute trying to think about this research stuff. So I probably will stay up for a little bit after stream ends and try to figure it out. The other thing is I started rewriting that book I was working on last December. That kind of like not book, more like a show. Last night I stayed up till like 3 or something in the morning. I lost count at some point, just like writing. And then I looked up and I was like, oh my God, the night's gone. and I woke up late today, so I'm not super tired right now. I was really tired in the middle of the day, but I'm awake again. It's 1 a.m. It's only 11:30. So I think tonight I'm gonna try to hard cut myself off by like 2 a.m. max. We'll see if that actually happens or not. Yeah, the Discord sounds good. I might be there. I have to get ready for bed and stuff first. Oh, I definitely have eye bags. Are you kidding me? There you go. You can see them better now. I feel like the angle is not good, but I have very, very bad eye bags. The light is kind of helping me out, but dude, even when I was 16, I had bad eye bags that I asked my pediatrician what I should do about them. It's not eye bags. I have like hollowed out whatevers. Um, the camera is just being nice to me right now with the lights. When I study on stream, I'm just drilling Anki cards mostly. Anki cards or I'm watching lectures. I try to avoid doing. I don't have a filter on. I wish I did because then I could hide like my acne and whatnot. Oh, I guess it's just a low res camera. That's really it. I also don't know where I would get a filter, and I also know that it would make me look goofy because I would move, and then you would obviously see I have a filter. You can tell I have a filter, don't have a filter because I could do this, and there's nothing glitching out, right? Gotta figure out how to get a filter though. I gotta lean into the pretty boy aesthetic, right? Theory. I basically feet away. Me too. No, actually though, like it's so I feel like they're worse in the morning. I don't know what it is with my circadian rhythm or makeup. Yeah, yeah, I definitely am wearing concealer. My bad. No. Actually, you know what's funny? We're talking about that because I realized the sunscreen I've been using all no, I know you're just trolling Abby. I'm just having a good time with it. The sunscreen I've been using all summer. I revamped my skincare routine earlier this summer. We were talking about it, I think way back in June. And I was like, dude, I'm still like tanning like crazy this summer. And I mostly wore my sunscreen. Like I usually put it on like at the beginning of the day, and I know you're supposed to reapply. Maybe that's what it was. But like it's such a pain to reapply sunscreen when you're out and about, right? And I realized like, oh wow, I'm like tanning like crazy, and I've definitely got a little bit of skin damage over summer, um, which is hard to tell in this lighting because I'm in low light right now. But in the daytime, you could probably see it a little bit better. And I realized that the sunscreen I'm using doesn't have any UVA protection, which so the sun has like three types of UV rays: UVA, UVC, UVB, and UVC. And most North American like sunscreens are not very good for UVA protection. They're mostly targeted around UVB because that's the one that prevents cancer, which is good. We want to prevent cancer. But UVA is what it acts on like melanin and tanning and whatnot. And I was like, oh, so if you have South Asian skin, you need a different sunscreen. And now I'm like, I feel dumb, but also like, I wish somebody had told me this at the beginning of summer. So now I'm like back in the skincare game. If you do it good, you don't need to reapply. I don't know. I've heard reapply, but who knows? It's like if you're out and about or if you sweat, you need to reapply. But if you're just inside most of the time, I think you're good if you apply like twice a day or something. Just 3-in-1 shampoo, sunscreen, skin, and hair. That's funny. Just 3-in-1. I have like a 13-in-1 shampoo. I have hair, conditioner, cleanser, face wash, motor oil, lemon juice. Just put it in your car, bro. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, it's wild. I knew about UVA, UVB, UVC, but I kind of assumed that most like brand name sunscreens in the United States would be like okay for that. Yeah. Of course. You guys haven't heard the new skincare trend. By the way, y'all, does not don't put motor oil on your face. I'm not saying to actually put I'm making a joke. Just in case anybody who's listening is taking me seriously right now. Um But yeah, so the sun has three types of UV rays. I've known about that for a while. UVA is like what interacts with melanin typically, and that's where you get that like sort of tan effect. It can also cause some skin damage. UVB is usually what sunscreens will target in the United States because that's our depending on your latitude, you have different percentages of UVA versus UVB. The closer you are to the equator, the more I believe it's UVB you get, and the more north you are, you get more UVA. UVA also tends to, from my research, affect folks who are more, pigmented. So, if you're African heritage, South Asian heritage, Latino Latin heritage, right? It's my lips were good. So I should encourage people to put motor oil on. Suddenly oil prices arise. um, so yeah, if you have a darker skin type, or ethnicity with a darker skin type, you're more prone to tanning from UVA rays. I didn't realize that it was a skin specific thing. Where I am in Michigan, and if you're in the northern half of the United States, you get a lot of UVA because I think our latitude has something to do with the tilt, which affects how UV rays are scattered in the atmosphere, which then affects what kind of rays we receive. So if you're like a darker skin, or if you're a pigmented skin color, or a darker pigmented skin color, right? Then you have more melanin, which is more affected by UVA. And if you have more UVA, you're just kind of absorbing it. So I have discovered that one, I need to change out my sunscreen. Like the other sunscreens are good for preventing most damage. UVC is like cancer causing, but that's very rare anyway. Right, you're more pale if in cold areas. You are typically, I think, generally, right? Like, but that's because I think that's there's a lot of things with that too, right? Like cold areas. I mean, there's just a bunch of evolution, and it's not like a hard rule either. Um, I don't remember. It's an evolution thing because you're it's also with the UV rays or something. I guess your body maybe bodies evolved more to preventing UVA radiation in those cold areas because they're more north typically. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. That's my theory off the top of my head. Or, cold areas you're inside for half of the year because it's snowing. So you probably take less sun damage that way. I don't know. 10 micro lectures. I'm just what's the word, conjecturing here. I have no idea. I'm just thinking like of a few physiological reasons that would probably go down. I like it. I like it. No, I've got so many tabs open in my mind today. Oh, it's insane. I am scatterbrained. I got everything done except what I needed to get done today. So yeah, yikes. It's okay. We'll take it. Um, yeah, I don't know. So anyway, I need to go get that's funny. I need to get new sunscreen. Apparently, the South Korean brands are pretty good at preventing UVA, and there's also a couple American brands. Also, if you're brown skinned or darker, um, there is you want apparently iron oxide or mineral tinted sunscreens for your skin tone, and it's a kind of a heavy apply, so people don't like wearing it because they're heavier, but they work better at preventing tanning. I've been helping my mom out with this too because she has been having issues. She's very like fair skin relative to like me and most of my siblings. But she's been getting what's called melasmas, which is like hyperpigmentation of random areas, and that's from sun damage. So her dermatologist recommended a bunch of stuff, and then I looked into it, and then I was like, wait a second, I could totally use this. K Beauty. I think it's K Beauty as well, right? That's the brand name. Or in general, I mean, that's not the brand name. That's just the trend name, isn't it? I don't remember. I remember I saw so many brands yesterday, bro. K Beauty, right? I know it's just okay, cool. There's no brand called K Beauty. I swear I thought I read something like that yesterday. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, yeah, because I'm sure they figured it out that way too. Because I'm sure Asian populations have always been hyper concerned with colorism, right? So that's definitely where it's coming from. So they definitely have developed sort of those things, but I mean, they work in general for melanin based populations anyway, right? So, I mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong with a lot of the things. Now, what is wrong is I know South Asia is very prevalent for this, and so is Southeast Asia. Don't bleach your skin. It's really bad for you. Like, it's really, really bad for you. And most bleaches are banned in the United States for a reason. I know like Pakistan and Nepal and India and those regions use something called Fair and Lovely or Glow and Lovely. Don't do that. A lot of them have what you might call, yeah, Latino people as well. There's a lot of there's a lot of mercury in those, which is why the US has banned them because mercury causes large amounts of problems. Um right, so if you're in those regions, yeah, people do it. People do it. They have really rough percentages of like, I mean, it's not like your normal bleach, right? It's drugs inside of or some medications that can cause skin bleaching, but the problem is the way some of them use mercury to do that, and that's literally poison. Like you will destroy your liver doing that, or get cancer like fast. So don't use those products, please. Um, yeah, exactly. Just love the skin that you're in. Nothing wrong with wanting to take care of your skin. And like, I when I look at skin stuff, I'm mainly like if I'm looking at like lightening stuff, it's because I'm trying to get back to my normal skin tone. I'm not gonna show too much, but you can see there's a pretty stark contrast between my face and my normal skin tone, right? Which is just from tanning. So I've been looking into how to reduce UV damage accumulation over time to prevent skin color or to prevent skin color to prevent skin cancer. That's mainly why I've been looking into this. I used to be actually it's kind of funny, and this is my last thing, and I'm gonna go off. I was really interested in dermatology at one point, actually for several years. Um, when I was in high school, I had really, yeah, everybody has discolor. There's a certain normal amount of discolor. It's just that like mine is like atrociously like you can see my arm, and then you can see like relative to my like chest. It's no, you can't even see. Whatever, you get the idea, right? Like I literally anytime I like take my shirt off or wear a tank top, like you could tell me like I have the worst farmer stand. So I was just trying to even things out. Um, Makeup demarcation line. Yeah. Is that what it is? Like yeah, I guess so. That would make sense, right? For me, it's just sun exposure. So I've been like trying to figure out how to minimize UV damage over time. Like some patch on your face and some not. Yeah. I don't know. Everybody's skin is so different. But yeah. I'm no longer doing dermatology, no longer interested in it. It's too much immunology and microbiology for me. So I will stick to the operating rooms, hopefully, or the emergency room, one or the other. Nobody cares about how your kidneys look, right? As long as they look healthy. All right. All right, y'all. Let's call it a night. I want to get some work done on this research project, but that requires me to go off camera anyway. You're welcome, Evie. All right, guys. Thank you guys for coming. I will let you know about tomorrow. If not, I'll see you Sunday. So if you want to hear about tomorrow, make sure you're in the Discord. And so join the Discord, links down below in the description. If you are in the Discord, come say hi, introduce yourself in the introductions channel, and feel free to meet everybody else in there. We have a good time off hours. Um, and that's all I got for you guys. All right, you guys. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you all. I hope you all have a where's my thing? There it is. I hope you all have a wonderful day and a very restful night. And as always, make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves.